Hey YouTube, I'm Kishan, and in this video we are going to create this amazing Zoom clone using React, TypeScript, Redux Toolkit, ElasticUI for components and ZEGOCLOUD for the Zoom clone. So let me give you a demo of it without wasting any more time. So this UI has been created using the ElasticUI components, and I have also used Firebase for database. So I'll log in with Google. This is provided by Firebase. Okay, I'll select my account. Okay, so this is the beautiful UI, and there's also dark mode in here. So this is the dark mode. Let me switch back to light mode. So this is the global sidebar, and these here are the breadcrumbs. This is for logout. So let me create a new meeting. So we can create two types of meeting in here. So we can create a single person one-on-one meeting, or we can create a video conference. So first we'll create one-on-one meeting. So I'll create demo one-on-one meeting, and so we can select all the users which are in the Zoom clone database. So I'm gonna select the turtle tag. Now we can set the meeting date. So I'm gonna select the today's date. Then we can create the meeting, and when we will create the meeting would be created, and we have this beautiful toast notification. So that's that. Now you can see that we also have dark mode in here. So these are the beautiful breadcrumbs and the user interface, and this is also responsive. Let me show you that. Let me reload it and select proper device. Okay, so this is the responsive mode. Cancel to go back. Let me close this. Let's create a video conference. So this is the dark mode. Now here we have two types, video conference and anyone can join. If this mode is in the anyone can join, then anyone with the link can join, just like Zoom. So first we'll create a video conference. This is a video conference. We'll select some users. That is going to be turtle tag, Jamisha, Jimmy. So we can select as many users as we want. Then we'll select this for 20th. Then let's create this meeting. So here we have another toast notification with awesome black UI. Let's change the color. Let's create a open meeting now. Anyone can join. So this is anyone can join meeting, which would be occurring today. So the maximum people that can join is 15. Create meeting. So we have different message which says anyone can join, meeting created successfully. Now when we go over to this my meetings, then all the meetings that has been created by the current user is listed here. So you can see that we created 3 meetings. So there are 3 meetings, and we have this different badges here. So this meeting is upcoming, so it has the upcoming badge, and this is currently going. So when we click on this, we can join the meeting, and we can also edit or copy the meeting link. So when we click this edit button, it shows this beautiful flyout, and we can also cancel the meeting. If we cancel the meeting, it would be edited and this badge would change to cancelled, and now we cannot edit this meeting as this is cancelled. We also have the dark mode in here. So this is the dark mode. Isn't it beautiful? Let's cancel this. Now we also have different batch types here. Now when we head over to meetings, so this is the meetings that this user can join. So this is the different batch time which the meeting has ended. Now the user cannot edit from here. This also has the color mode. So all of this data is being fetched from the Firebase. Now let's join one of the meeting. Hello. Hello. Okay, so this is the our Zoom meeting joining interface. This UI kit has been provided by ZEGOCLOUD, and all of this functionality for Zoom has been provided by ZEGOCLOUD video conference feature. So now let's join the room. You can also change your name. If you are not logged in, then any random user ID would be shown here. Let me mute my microphone. Okay, so now let's join the meeting. So this is the basic interface. You can enable your microphone from here, enable your video from here. Then you can also share the screen. Then we can change the layout, and there are some settings. There are some links that we can share here. You can copy this room link and you can share it with anybody. Now we have all the room members here. Then you can also chat with all the users. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna join from another user, and you can see that here. So I'll go to here. Now I'm gonna copy the meeting room link from here. Okay, so if we are not invited to the meeting, this type of toast notification is shown. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new, anyone can join meeting, new open meeting, create the meeting, and I'm gonna head over here and we are gonna edit the maximum number of people to 50, edit the meeting, head over to dashboard. I'm gonna head over to meetings, join now, disable the microphone and camera. I'm gonna copy this and join the user, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end this call from here, and I'm gonna join to this meeting, disable the microphone, join, and here we are. We have the two users here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share my screen from here, share. So you can see that the screen is being shared, and what I'll be doing is I'm gonna split the window. So we'll have the other window, and you can see that here both the users are here and the screen is being shown here. Now I'm gonna send a message. I'm gonna first stop the presentation, and I'm gonna send a message from this user, hi Kishan, and we have the message here, and we can reply back, hey there. So yeah, the chat functionality is also working, and by the way, this also works in mobile devices. So if you join from your mobile device, then the layout would be somewhat different. Now let's change the layout from here. We are gonna use the grid layout. So you can have a grid type like the Zoom app, and you can also pin the user. So all the users that you have pinned will be pinned here. So I'm gonna end the call now. Confirm. So the user has left, only one user is here. So yeah, this is a working Zoom clone which has been built on top of ZEGOCLOUD video conference feature. Before proceeding further, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. So now let's talk about ZEGOCLOUD. ZEGOCLOUD is the world's leading real-time audio and video cloud service provider. Founded in 2015, ZEGOCLOUD enables enterprises and developers to easily and quickly obtain real-time audio and video communication capabilities by integrating a single SDK and enjoy smooth, reliable audio and video experiences with high quality even in weak network conditions. Isn't that cool? ZEGOCLOUD provides various products from which you can truly achieve real-time engagement into your apps. Now let's talk about the video call feature provided by ZEGOCLOUD. The Express Video SDK helps developers quickly build reliable and scalable video calling and interactive live video streaming into mobile, desktop, and web applications for a wide range of use cases such as one-on-one and group video calls, online education, entertainment, live video streaming, and others. You can create enhanced user engagement with customized video calling experiences such as recording, call quality monitoring, direct and group call, co-hosting, live video streaming, screen sharing, face beautification, and super resolution. ZEGOCLOUD Video Call supports up to 4K quality live video with ultra low latency of 300 milliseconds. You can add up to 50 participants in a video. So this is the ZEGOCLOUD console. From here you can create your new projects. Also, if you join from the link given in the description of the video, you will get 10,000 free minutes of ZEGOCLOUD. Now let's create a project. So there are n number of use cases that are provided by ZEGOCLOUD. We are going to create the video conference app. I'll select the video conference and I'll select next. I'll give a name of my app. Now there are two ways to get started. One is the UI kits and the other is the SDKs. So UI kits are pre-built SDKs, and by using them you can create your video conference app in less than 30 minutes. The other is the SDKs. So with the help of SDKs you can create your fully customized UI and you can work with the lower level core APIs of ZEGOCLOUD. So we'll start with the UI kits. Let's wait while the project is being created. Okay, so our project has been created. Now let's select a use case. We are going to select the for web use case, and in here you can customize your video call app and you can save and start to integrate the app. So yeah, this is the basic app. Now let's head over to project. So here you will find the projects that you have created. Let's head over to video app. Now you can also head over to service management and select what type of services your app has been configured to run. Now without wasting any further time, let's get started to create this awesome Zoom clone which is built on top of ZEGOCLOUD. So yeah, now let's proceed with the base setup. So now let's set up our React application first. So I'll write npx create React app, and the name of app would be Zoom clone, and we would provide a template as TypeScript. Hit enter. Wait for this to complete the setup of the React application. I'm gonna skip this part. So yeah, so our project setup is complete, not the setup, the installation of the React app. Will move over to the Zoom directory, Zoom clone directory, and now inside the package.json, I want this React version to be React 17, not 18, because I was facing some issues while using the ElasticUI 17.0.2, and we are gonna save this, and inside the terminal we are gonna run yarn remove react, and you can also provide react DOM like this, react DOM, hit enter. Okay, there was no yarn.log file. Let's run yarn. Okay, so that worked, and we would be having the React version 17 now. And now let's install Elastic UI. So for styling, we'll be using the Elastic UI. I want you to search in the Google Elastic UI, head over to their GitHub pages, and got it. Now inside the getting started, we are gonna use this yarn add, paste, let it install the dependencies. Okay, so that was complete. Now let's start the application by yarn start. Okay, so can't resolve. Okay, I think we need to change some boilerplate code. So inside the index.tsx, we have to change these things. So what I'm gonna do is we'll remove this, and React DOM would be imported from React DOM, and then we'll use the React DOM dot render method and pass the document dot query selector by id, not query selector, will get element by id, and we'll pass on the root. That's it, that should run. Yeah, our React app is running. Now let's remove the boilerplate code. We don't need this. We don't need the index.css. Inside the app, I'm going to remove all of this, and I'll write rfce app. That should work. Yeah, it's working. And now we are going to use the Elastic UI here. So inside of here, we are going to use the EUI provider. Inside the EUI provider, that's it. We don't need anything else, and I'm gonna pass this here. Wrap this div inside the EUI provider. The styles are still not there. I think we have to import the CSS. So I'm gonna import from at elastic EUI dist and EUI theme light dot CSS. Yeah, the CSS is imported. That's it. So our Elastic UI setup is complete. Now what we are gonna do next is we are gonna set up Redux Toolkit and the React router. For that, we are gonna install yarn add react router DOM. While this is being installed, we also have to install the React Redux package and Redux Toolkit package. So for that, yarn add react redux and add redux.js slash toolkit, hit enter. Inside the source, make new folder as app. This is for Redux store. We don't need this app.css, delete that. App.tsx, not app.tsx, app.test.tsx. Then we don't need the logo.svg, setup tests, report web vitals. That's it. And react redux what was not found. Okay, we made a mistake. It is redux. Hit enter. Yeah, that's it. It's complete. So now let's make a new folder. We made the app folder. Not sure. Let's create another app, and inside the app we are gonna have the store.ts file, and another would be hooks.ts, and then we'll make a new folder named as slices, and inside these slices we'll make an auth slice.ts, auth slice.ts. So inside the store.ts, what we are gonna do is, first we'll create a function export const store and configure the store using the configure store function from Redux Toolkit. We'll pass in the reducer here, and this would be the auth reducer, which we are going to create inside the auth slice. You can create as many slices as you want. It's the benefit of Redux Toolkit, and you don't have to write the boilerplate code also. Redux Toolkit handles that for us. Auth slice equals to create slice from Redux Toolkit, and we are gonna pass the name auth initial state. Let's create initial state. So for that we'll create interface auth initial state, and for now this is going to be empty, and write initial state colon auth initial state, and this is going to be empty. Pass it here, initial state, then reducers. Inside the reducers we're gonna have an empty object as of now, and we are gonna export const object. We're gonna destructure the reducers when we'll use that, and auth slice dot actions. That's it. As of now we don't have any reducers inside of it. When we'll add it, we'll export it from here. Then let's head over to store.ts, and this is going to be auth slice, and what else? Okay, so auth slice dot reducer, that's it. And we are gonna export, not expect, export type of root state is equals to return type of store dot get state. Then we'll export type app dispatch equals to type of, and this is going to be store dot dispatch. This is just the types, not any function. Because we are using the TypeScript, we have to export this types. It's useful in the entire application. And now inside the hooks.ts, let's make the hook for use app dispatch and use app selector, which is just simple dispatch method and the selector hook. So for that we'll export const use app dispatch and this is going to be a function. We'll grab the app dispatch from store and give the use dispatch here. Then we'll write export const use app selector, and this is would be typed use selector hook. We'll pass the root state here and the use selector from React Redux. Yeah, so that's it. Use selector. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to index.tsx and pass our store there. So we'll have the provider from React Redux package, wrap it around the app component and pass the store here, store, which is going to be the store, and I think this needs to be imported from app store. That's it. Now let's set up the browser router for React Router DOM. First, let's check we don't have any error here. Okay, it's not started yet. So let's start the application by yarn start. Let's close this. Okay, so the app has been started and there are no errors. So let's check the console. Yeah, we don't have any errors. Now let's close this and wrap browser router around our app component. That's it. And now inside the app.tsx, let's do some changes. Here, instead of this div, we are gonna pass the routes component. Inside the routes, we'll pass route, and this is going to be the login route. Login element equals to login component. So inside the store, inside the source folder, we are going to create new folder named as pages, and inside of pages we are going to create a new React component which is login.tsx rfce. That's it, app.tsx, and here we'll have the login component. That's it. And after this route we are gonna have two more routes, which is for slash we want it to be heading over to the dashboard component. Dashboard, this is still has to be created, so let's create the dashboard. New file, dashboard.jsx rfce. Let's head over to app dashboard. That's it. And now we'll have the wild card route. So if any routes are incorrect, then all of them are redirected to the dashboard. Let's import this routes. Okay, so it is not being auto imported. Let's grab it, import from React Router DOM. This is going to be routes and the route. That's it. Let's check our application. Can't resolve. Okay, create slice is not found in auth slice. Let's head over to auth slice, and this is from Redux.js toolkit only. That's it. Everything is working. So at now from the slash route we are showing the dashboard, and whenever we hit the login, we'll show the login component. And now let's type any incorrect path, which is meeting, and the dashboard component would be shown because of that wildcard route. So yeah, our Elastic UI setup is complete, Redux Toolkit setup is complete, React router setup is complete, and all that remains is the Firebase setup. So now let's create a Firebase project. So for that, head over to Firebase and head over to go to console. We'll create a project which would be Zoom clone, accept the Firebase terms, continue, confirm, yeah, I accept, create project, wait for the project to be created. Okay, so the project has been created. Now we want the web code. So the app would be Zoom clone, register app, okay, we'll install that. So first we need to install the Firebase. Have we installed it? Let's check inside the package.json. No, we haven't installed Firebase. Let's install Firebase. Yarn add Firebase. Hit enter. While this is being installed, let's make a new folder, utils, and inside the utils we'll make a new file which is firebase config.ts. Let's head over to here and we are gonna copy this code. That's it. We don't want the analytics, and now we'll export const firebase auth equals to get auth from Firebase, and this is going to have the app. Let's start the application by yarn start. It has been started. Let's import get auth. Okay, we have to manually import it. Remove this. Import from Firebase auth, and this is going to be get auth. Also, let's grab the firestore function. So it is going to be imported from Firebase firestore, and we want the collection and get firestore function, and after this we'll write export const firebase db is equals to get firestore and pass in our app. That's it. Now let's reload. Everything should be working, and now inside of here we are gonna hit the next button, next, and continue to the console. Now our Firebase application is set up, and now head over to this authentication inside the build, and we are gonna register a new sign-in method, which is going to be this Google. Enable. Do we have to change? Okay. Okay, save. That's it. Okay, so our Google provider is registered. Now head over to this build and Firestore database. We are gonna create the database. We are gonna start this in production mode, and next enable. Wait for this to complete. Okay, there was an error. Let's change the location. Enable. Okay, I don't know why this error is coming. Let's set it to Europe and try it again. Let me check for this error. Okay, so the database was created successfully. I just had to refresh the page and it's completed. Now head over to this rules and we are gonna change this rule and have this to true, and we are gonna publish the change. And yeah, our Firebase setup is complete. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create the login component. So our base setup for the React application and the Zoom clone is completed. So now let's start with the login component. So I have already copied the assets folder. You can grab this folder from the GitHub repository given in the description of the video. So now let's head over to login.tsx, and inside of here let's remove this div and we are gonna use the EUI provider here, EUI provider, and pass in the theme prop, and the theme would be dark. This is not the theme prop, this is the color mode. That's it. And yeah, now we are gonna use the flexbox, and for flexbox, ElasticUI has a component UI flex group which is already created for us. So we are just going to use this UI flex group and UI flex item. So let's use the UI flex group. Inside the UI flex group, we are going to use the UI flex item for every other item we want to use, and we are going to pass some props inside the UI flex group. So if you want to see the props of the components of Elastic UI, you can head over to this prop section, and here we have this align items and justify content. We are going to use that. So for that, align items of center and justify content would be center as well, and we are going to pass in a style. This is our custom style. So we are gonna provide a width of 100 viewport width, wrap this inside a string, and height would be 100 viewport height. That's it. And inside the UI flex item, we are gonna use the UI image component. So we will search it for here, and we have this image component for this images. So for that we have this UI image. So let's use it. EUI image, and inside of EUI image we are going to pass the source attribute and the alternative text. So this is going to be the logo, and let's import the animation from assets. So I'm gonna import animation from assets, and this is going to be animation.gif file. Also we are gonna import logo from assets and logo.png. That's it. Now we'll pass the animation here, and let's head over to browser and head over to the login component. Yeah, we have this animation here. Let's have the other stuff now. So for that, after this EUI flex item, we will have another EUI flex item, and inside of this we are going to use the EUI image again, and we'll pass in the source of logo. Alternative text would be logo, and we'll pass a size prop which would have 230 pixels. Let's save it. Yeah, we have our Zoom logo, and after this EUI image we are gonna end this EUI flex item, and we'll have another EUI flex item. Not another, we'll have everything inside of this only. Now we'll have the EUI spacer, and the size of the spacer would be extra small. So the EUI spacer is for having the spaces. Now we'll have the EUI text. Inside the EUI text we'll have the h3 component, and we'll have EUI text color, and one platform 2 will have again EUI text color, and this is going to be connect. Let's auto import this, pass in some props which is going to be text align as center and grow of false. Also we are gonna pass some color here. Color would be hash 0 B5C, 0B5C and FF. Let's save it. Yeah, we have our text here. Now after this EUI text we are gonna have an EUI spacer, and this is going to be have a size of large. Then we'll have an EUI button, and this is going to have the text login with Google. Hit enter. We have the button here, and we are gonna do one more thing. Now after this not after the image, inside the EUI flex group we are gonna cut all of this and have EUI flex item, pass it and grow of false, and we'll have EUI panel here. We'll give it a padding size of XL, and we'll have EUI flex group again, pass justify content center, align items of center, and we are going to paste that code inside of this flex group, and we have our proper layout, but the button color is still not correct, so we are going to pass in the fill prop. Okay, and our color needs to be redefined. So this is the primary color, and for that what we are going to do is we will head over to the app.tsx, and let's create a variable named as overrides equal to object. Have the colors here. Let's write light, then primary, and this is going to be hash 0b 5cff. That's it. Let's do the same for dark. Rename this to dark. So we are gonna override the Elastic UI colors for dark and light mode. So inside this provider, we'll have EUI theme provider, and wrap this around routes, and we are gonna pass the modify prop and pass in the overrides here. That's it. Now let's check the color. Yeah, color has been changed to our theme color. So the basic component creation is done. Now on the click of this, we are going to connect this application to the Firebase authentication. So let's do that. So for that, let's head over to login component, login, and what we are going to do is we are going to create a function login, const login equals to async arrow function. First we are gonna grab an provider is equals to new Google auth provider that should be imported from Firebase auth. Then let's have data equals to await sign in with pop-up, this function, and we are gonna pass the Firebase auth here and the provider. So the provider is this Google auth provider, and the Firebase auth is exported from here, Firebase auth, which we have already created. And now let's console the data, and we are going to use this login function. On the click of this button, on click, pass login here. That's it. Okay, so data does not exist, or let's just have the data here, not destructure it. That's it. Open the console, login with Google. Okay, the pop-up is open. Christian shade. Okay, so that was successful, and let's head over to our Firebase project and head over to the authentication section, and we have our user here. So our login with Firebase was successful. Now what we are going to do is, whenever we sign in new user, we want to store that user inside our Firestore database, inside the users collection. So for that, first we will check if there is already a user with the provided user email. So for that, what we are gonna do is we are gonna destructure that user and display name, email, and user ID. Now if there is email, then we want to proceed. So first let's head over to Firebase config, and what we are gonna do here is we are gonna create a collection ref. So for that, export const, our collection name would be users, so we are gonna create a ref for users ref equals to collection, and pass in the Firebase DB and collection name. Head over to login.tsx, and inside the login.tsx, now first we'll construct our Firestore query, Firestore query is equals to query. This function has to be imported from Firestore. Query, pass in our users ref, which is our collection, and we want to have the where clause where user ID double equals to the current user ID. So we want to check if there is any user ID inside the database which corresponds to this user ID which we signed in. So our query is done. Now let's execute the query. So fetched users equals to await get docs, not get doc, get docs, and here we'll pass in our Firestore query and we'll check if fetched users dot docs dot length triple equals to 0, then what we will do is we'll add a new document inside the collection. Okay, we can use our users ref here, users ref, and we'll pass in our object with user ID, name as display name, and the email. That's it. So what we have done is first we are checking if there is a user. If our fetched users array has the length of 0, then we don't have any user with the current user ID, and we are gonna add that document inside the Firebase. So let's do one thing. Here you can see that this is empty as of now. And now when we click this login with Google again, we are gonna register that user with our Firestore DB. Let's refresh this again. And you can see that we have this users array. Inside this, we have this user with email, name, and user ID. So yeah, that's it. Our user was created successfully. Now, what we are gonna do is, after the user has been created, we want to navigate the user to the dashboard, and for the navigate function to work, we are gonna have that navigate equals to use navigate from react router DOM. It is not auto imported. Let's import it. Import from RRD react router DOM, use navigate. That's it. Navigate to slash. Let's try that again. Yeah, we have been successfully redirected to the dashboard. Now what we are going to do is we are going to store this user inside our Redux store. So for that, let's head over to auth slice here, auth slice, and inside the auth initial state, we are going to have a new property here, user info, which would be an object which would contain user ID as string, email as string, and name as string, and this can also be undefined at the beginning. So here we'll have the user info undefined. That's it. Now inside the reducers, we are gonna have a new reducer as set user. Pass in the state and action here, and what other thing, action and the arrow function. So we'll have state dot user info equals to, action.payload. That's it. And we are gonna pass in this set user. That's it. Now let's head over to login.tsx, and we are gonna use the use dispatch function first. Const dispatch equals to use app dispatch, and we are gonna dispatch the set user, pass in the UID, name as display name, sorry, display name, and then we'll pass in the email. That's it. That should work. Login with Google. Let's check if our user was set inside the Redux database, not database, Redux store. So inside this dashboard, what we are gonna do is we are gonna have user info as use app selector zoom auth user info, and we are gonna console the user info. That's it. Okay, so our user info has been stored inside the Redux store, so it is perfect. Now what we are gonna do is whenever we are logged in and we hit inside the route login, we want to redirect it to automatically to the dashboard because we are already logged in. And whenever we hit the dashboard route, dashboard, what we are going to do is we want to check if the user is logged in. If the user is not logged in, we want to navigate to the login page, so any unauthorized user cannot use the functions here. So let's do that. First we are going to head what we are going to do is we'll go to the login component and we'll check if there is currently a user logged in. So what we are going to do is we'll use an on-auth state change hook, which is provided by Firebase, and this has to be imported from Firebase auth on auth. Okay, it's not from here. Firebase auth. Yeah, here it is imported. So inside the on auth state changed, we are going to pass the Firebase auth first, and we'll have the callback function which returns us the current user. And if there is a current user, we are going to navigate to dashboard. That's it. Let's, okay, we changed here, we will have to write refresh. Let's head over to login. Yeah, that is working. Okay, but our user info is undefined currently. We have to fix that. So for that, what we are gonna do is inside the source directory, we are gonna create a new directory named as hooks, and inside the hooks we are going to create a new React hook which is use auth.jsx, and inside the use auth.jsx, I'm sorry, this has to be tsx not gsx because we are working with TypeScript, and the dashboard to tsx. Now inside the use auth, I'm going to write RFCE. We don't want to return a React component. So first we'll write use navigate equals to use navigate from React router DOM. Let's import it. Import from RRD use navigate Now let's get the dispatch. Const dispatch is equals to use dispatch. Then we'll have our use effect. Let's import an use effect from the React use effect. Now inside the use effect, pass in an function, and now what we are going to do is first grab the unsubscribe equals to on auth state change. We are going to grab the Firebase auth, grab the current user, and if there is not an current user, we want to navigate to login component, else we want to dispatch the user and store it inside our Firebase store. User ID as current user dot uid, then email is current user dot email, and name would be current user dot display name. That's it. And now after this we are gonna clean up the effect and unsubscribe to the store, and we want to run it at the initial when the component is loaded. So that's it, and yeah, that's it. Now we are going to use this use auth inside the dashboard. We don't need this and use auth. Let's check if everything is working here, and let's head over to the use effect inside the use auth and console the current user. Do we have the current user here? Current user, yeah, we have current user, so our hook is working perfectly. Let's head over to login. Yeah, everything is working perfectly, so our login component was created successfully. Now let's create this dashboard component. So now let's head over to dashboard.tsx, and here first we'll grab the navigate function. Navigate is equals to use navigate, and use navigate should be imported from React Router DOM. Import from React Router DOM use navigate, and we are going to remove this div element, and instead of that we are going to pass a fragment, and inside the fragment we'll pass an div. This div would have custom styles, would have a display of flex, height of 100 viewport height, and a flex direction of column. Now inside of this div we are going to first have an UI flex group. Inside that we will have UI flex item, and then we'll pass an UI card component here. Let's auto import it, and inside of this we have to pass some props. So UI card has these many props, and you can add custom props also. Let's copy this, paste it here, and instead of this EU icon we need EUI image, and the size would be for this 5 rem, and we don't want to supply any type here. Instead we'll supply the alternative text, which is icon, and a source attribute which stands for dashboard 1. Then the title here would be create meeting, and we don't want this is disabled, and instead of this description we'll change with our description, which is create a new meeting and invite people. Now inside the on click, we'll replace this with the navigate function, and on the click of this we want to navigate to the create route, and the padding size for this would be XL, padding size XL, UI image auto import, and let's import the image for dashboard also. Import dashboard 1 from assets dashboard1.png. Let's copy this and do this for dashboard 2 and 3. That's it. Now let's head over to the React app, and we have this here. Now inside this flex group, we want to justify content as center and align items as center. We'll also provide style prop and give it a margin of 5 viewport height to top and bottom and 10 viewport height to left and right. That's it. Now let's copy this EUI flex item and paste it 2 times. So yeah, we just have to change these components now. Instead of dashboard 1, it will have dashboard 2, and this would have 3. And here we'll just provide the size of 100% to the second EUI card. So this is somewhat bigger. Okay, so this one was the third, and we need to have 100% here. So this one is bigger and these two are smaller. Now instead of create meeting, here this would be my meetings, which is the meetings created by the current user. So they can edit the meetings or cancel them. View your created meetings, and for this the route would be my meetings, and this would be meetings. And this will be the view the meetings that you are invited to. That's it. Let's check it. Yeah, seems great. So yeah, so the main dashboard is completed now. We just have to add the header here. So for that we are gonna create a header component. So let's head over to here and create a new folder here inside the source directory. New folder, components, and inside the components we'll create a new component which is header.tsx rfce, and let's import the header inside the dashboard before the flex group. Headers, not header, sorry, header. Okay, we have our header here. So now what has to be done, Okay, so first what we'll do inside the header is we'll grab the navigate is equals to use navigate, import from React Router DOM, use navigate, then we need location is equals to use location, and this is also going to be imported from React Router DOM, use location, and we are going to grab the current username from use, not from, is equals to use app selector zoom zoom.auth.userinfo.name. Then we are gonna create a breadcrumbs use state snippet. This is breadcrumbs, and the initial value would be text of dashboard. So we should also import the use state, and then we'll also grab the dispatch is equals to use dispatch, and we are going to create another state for maintaining the responsiveness. So for that, use state snippet is responsive, and initially this is false. And now we are gonna create the headers. So for the headers, we are gonna use the ElasticUI headers. There is a header component in the ElasticUI, this one. So we are gonna use this. So for that, let's remove this divs and replace this with fragments. First, we'll create a UI header and give it the style of min height of 8 viewport height. We'll provide it a theme of dark, and sorry, this should not be given theme of dark. We'll just provide it with sections, and it only has one section, which is breadcrumbs. That's it, breadcrumbs and breadcrumbs. Let's check it out. Yeah, we have breadcrumbs with the route of dashboard. So now we want another UI header. And copy this style, and we'll pass it a theme of dark, and this has sections. So we are going to create two section variables. One is a section, which is an array, and another one is responsive section. Whenever it is a responsive mode, we want to show the responsive section. So here we'll check if the screen is responsive, then we want to show the responsive section, or we'll show the section. So for setting the responsive section, we have to use the use effect and check the window inner width is less than 480. Then we'll set the set state to set as responsive true. So first, let's use a use effect here. Use effect. and this should run only once. We'll check if window dot inner width is less than 480 pixels, then we want to set is responsive to true. That's it. And now let's create the sections. So for this, first we'll have an object which would have items, which would have an array. Inside this we'll have the link component. Link, the 2 would be to slash. Then inside of this we have EUI text, h2. This would have a style of padding, 0 and 1 viewport width. Inside of this we will have EUI text color, zoom, and we'll pass the color prop. The value would be 0b5cff. Let's import UI text. Okay, UI text is imported. We also need to import the link component from React Router DOM. That's it. Let's copy this and paste it to responsive section. Okay, we have our Zoom here. Now we will have login logout buttons here, logout buttons, and the button for toggling dark mode and light mode. Before that we are gonna write the username here. So for that we will have another object, have items, have a fragment here, and we'll check if the username is there. Then we want to render EUI text. Inside of that we'll have h3, EUI text color, hello, and then again EUI text color. This time it would be username, color would be #0b5cff, and for this the color would be white. Let's check it out. Okay, we have error something. Okay, we want to pass the null if there is no username here. Fragment username. We should also end this. Okay, where did we missed out? UI text bracket null. Okay, this should be below this bracket. That's it. Why don't we have our username? Let's leave it for now. We'll check it afterwards. I think let's comment this and check. Yeah, it's not being rendered. Is responsive. Okay, I think we added this into the responsive one. We don't want to add this into the responsive one. We just want to add it into the simple section here. Okay, it is being displayed now. That's it. Now we'll have the logout button. After this, again items, EUI flex group, inside of that EUI flex item. Let's pass justify content center, align items center, direction center, direction of row, and a style prop which would have our custom styles. Gap would be to viewport width. That's it. Import this, and inside the EUI flex item we are gonna use EUI button icon, and this should be self-closing. On click we want to run the logout function, logout, which is still needs isn't created. Icon type equals to lock, display of fill, size would be small, and area label would be logout button. This is an EUI component. Let's create this logout function. Const logout equals to now. Before proceeding further, inside this EUI flex item will pass and grow of false prop, and style would be flex basis fit content. That's it. We have our logout button here. So on the click of this we want to log out from the Firebase. So let's implement that. Sign out, import that from Firebase and pass Firebase auth. That's it. On the click of this, now it should log out and we should be redirected to the login page. This is not working. Logout is not defined. We have our logout here and we passed it here. Let's refresh the page. Logout. Okay, so I have made a mistake. When I click here, this is being logged out, but inside the use auth here, we want to navigate to the login route if there is not the current user. So yes, it is working now. Login with Google. And now when I click here, it logs out. That's it. So our login logout functionality is working. Now let's create the dark mode toggle. So now let's do one thing. Before this flex item, we'll add another UI flex item. Let's copy this, and inside this we are gonna have the UI button icons, and we'll have two button icons. This one would have the sun, I think, sun, and the color would be warning. This one would be moon, color would be ghost. Let's check it out. Yeah, we have the buttons here. So now let's set up the current theme inside the Redux store. So let's head over to auth slice, and inside of here we'll have another variable inside the auth initial state is dark theme as false, and here we'll have is dark theme as false initially, and this is boolean. We'll create another reducer for changing the theme. Change theme state action state dot is dark theme equals to action dot payload dot is dark theme. That's it, and we are gonna export this with the set user change theme. Now let's head over to app.tsx and we want to change some things here. First, we'll have the use app dispatch as dispatch. Then we'll grab the isDark theme from the Redux store is equals to use app selector zoom zoom.auth.isDark theme. That's it. Now we'll create a local theme variable, not variable, a state. So we'll use state snippet theme set theme, and initially this would be light. Let's pass in type here, which is UI theme color mode, and we also need to import the use state. Now we'll have an use effect hook. Initially it is called. We'll grab the current theme settings from local storage dot get item, and this is zoom theme, and if there is a theme then we'll set the current theme else we'll set local storage dot set item as zoom theme as light. After this we want to run use effect else window dot, I'll explain this code in a minute. Whenever S dark theme is changed, we want to run this effect, and we'll create another state variable which is initial effect, because this would keep calling itself for infinitely, because S dark theme is changed here, and this will call it, and again this would reload the window, and the dark theme would be changed again, so it would be called infinitely. So for that we are going to use an state variable, use state snippet is initial theme false, so it is true, and let's check is initial effect, initial theme set is initial theme to false, and we are gonna use disable this es, let's keep it for now. We don't want to add initial theme to the dependency array. We'll disable it is ESLint. So now after this, inside the EUI theme provider, we'll pass color mode as theme, that's it, and let's import the dark theme. Dark, save. Okay, this is here, dark theme. On the click of this, now we want to change the theme. So now let's head over to the header.tsx, and here we are going to use a new function which is invert theme. Invert theme equals to const theme is equals to local storage dot get item zoom theme, and we'll set the local storage dot set item zoom theme. If the theme is equal to light, then we want to set the current theme as dark, and if it is dark, then we want to set it as light. Save it. There's an error. Theme triple equals to light. Okay, question mark is here and colon is here. That's it. And now we are going to dispatch change theme, and is dark theme as not is dark theme. So first we are going to use the dark theme. So let's copy this app selector, use app selector. That's it. And now we are not gonna render both of these icons. We'll check if the current theme is light, then we want to show the moon icon, or we'll show the sun icon. So is dark theme or this and the function would be invert theme. Invert theme. This is also invert theme, and this aria label should be invert theme button. That's it. Cannot find invert. Okay, this should be invert theme. Okay, it is being changed. Now we want to load only one CSS file of the theme. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to use the lazy suspense method and use a theme selector component for that. So let's head over here and inside the components create a new folder, themes, and inside the themes we are going to create a dark theme.tsx and a light theme.tsx. light theme.tsx, and here let's use RFC and we'll just return the fragments here. And let's import the CSS from app.tsx. Cut it inside the light theme. Have this theme, and we'll remove this dark theme from here. Copy this component, and inside the dark theme we are going to paste it and replace this with dark, and the function should be dark theme. Hit enter. Now we are going to create a new component inside the components, which is theme selector .tsx, and here we'll lazily import those. So first RFC and const light theme is equals to react.lazy import ./themes, and this is light theme. Copy this. We'll do the same for dark theme. Dark theme. That's it. Now we'll have children as the props. Children, and the type for this would be children react node. So all the children elements would be of react node type, and here we'll have a theme variable. So use state snippet theme set theme, and initially this would be light. EUI theme color mode, and we should also import the use state. Now we'll have an use effect, and we'll have the theme from local storage dot get item zoom theme. Now if there is a theme, we want to set the theme and theme as EUI theme color mode. Now instead of this divs, what we are going to do is we'll return a fragment Inside of this, we'll use the suspense from React. Suspense, and the fallback for the suspense would be fragments. Now, if the theme is dark, then we want to render the dark theme, or if it is light, we want to render the light theme. That's it. And after this, we'll pass the children, and now we are going to use this theme selector and wrap our whole app inside this theme selector. Theme selector, wrap it over EUI provider. That's it. Let's check. Okay, theme is changing perfectly. So yeah, let me explain what just we did. So first, we created this theme selector component which wraps everything. So we have passed this children. So every React component is inside this children, and we rendered it here. Before that, we imported this CSS of dark theme and light theme, and this was lazily imported, and then we use the suspense, and if it is still not imported, we want the fallback to the fragments. Then we had this local storage. So whenever we are changing the theme from header.tsx here, we are setting that theme inside the local storage, and the key for the local storage is zoom theme, and we are just setting the dark or light. And initially, whenever app is loaded, we are checking if the current theme which is set inside the local storage is light or dark. Then we want to set that inside our local state, and if it is not, then we want to set the theme inside the local storage. So yeah, that's it. And whenever we are changing the theme, we are reloading the window. This is not the best way to write the dark mode and light mode logic, but for the Elastic UI, we are using this reload because it was not working for the dark mode toggle. So this was the only way. Now, one thing remains is we have to copy this items and paste it inside the responsive one. So yeah, that's it. So yeah, our dashboard is complete. Now let's create the create meeting component. So now I have to correct the spelling, create a new meeting here. So head over to dashboard, and here create a new meeting, and let's create a new page of create meeting dot tsx and rfce head over to app.tsx to add the route. Remove the app.css, I forgot to do that. And inside the app.tsx, we are gonna add new route of create meeting, and the route would be create. Now let's click this. We have this create meeting. Now let's create the component and head over to create meeting.tsx. We are gonna remove this, and instead of this we'll have a div and header first of all. We are gonna have the use auth here. So if the user is validated, then only show this page. Then we want EUI flex group, EUI flex item, and EUI card component. If you are still watching the video, please make sure to subscribe the channel. It helps me a lot. Now head over to dashboard and we are gonna copy all of this boilerplate code. Paste it here, and we are gonna copy this, pasting it here, and let's copy the EUI card also. So let's also copy the image import. And this would be meeting 1. This would be meeting 2. Let's replace this with meeting 1. Let's import the EUI image, and let's also create the navigate function const. It's before the return. Navigate is equals to use navigate. Use navigate should be imported from react router DOM. Use navigate. That's it. Now let's also import EUI card, and instead of create meeting, here we should have create one-on-one meeting, and this would be create a personal single person meeting, and the route would be create one-on-one. Everything else would be same. Let's copy this, paste it, change the image to meeting 2, and title would be video conference. Create video conference, and this would be invite multiple persons to the meeting. Invite multiple persons to the meeting, and this would be video conference. That's it. Let's check it out. Yeah, create one-on-one meeting and create video conference. Let's here. Okay, so I think the size should be changed to 100%. Yeah, that's it. Now let's change this breadcrumb. So for that, we are gonna create a function in utils, not a function, a file, that would be breadcrumbs.ts, and here we'll have export const get create meeting breadcrumbs equals to navigate, and this would return text as dashboard again this would have text of create meeting. This would have href of hash. On click navigate to /route. That's it. And this navigate would have navigate function type that should be imported from React Router DOM. So import from RRD navigate function. Also that's it. Now let's create some types. So for that I'm gonna create a new file, types.ts. Inside of that we are gonna have breadcrumbs types. So export interface breadcrumbs type text as string, href which is optional and the type is string, on click which is also optional and this has function and return type of void. Let's use it here. We would have array of breadcrumbs type. Yeah, that's it. Now let's use this inside header. Let's move on to header.tsx and above here we'll create a use effect and we want the location and navigate const path name is destructured from location. So now we'll check if the path name is create. So path name triple equals to create and we'll set breadcrumbs to get create meeting breadcrumbs and we'll pass on the navigate function. That's it. Let's check here. Yeah, that's working. Okay, so now let's create this create one-on-one meeting component. Okay, so let's do that. So now let's create one-on-one meeting component inside the pages. So I'll create one-on-one meeting dot tsx rfce and now inside the app.tsx I'm gonna copy this route, paste it, and this should be one-on-one meeting and this is create one-on-one. Let's check. Yeah, it's here. Now let's head over to create one-on-one meeting. Let's delete this and inside the div we're gonna have the header first. Then there's an EUI flex group. Inside that we'll have an EUI flex item. I think EUI flex item is not needed, and we can get, no, we'll need that. We just have to write UI form. We'll have inside here justify content center, align items center, and for the div from the create meeting we're gonna copy this, paste it here, comment it out, and yeah, everything is here. So now let's create a new component inside the components, which is, we'll create first a new folder, form components. Inside form components we'll have create name field dot tsx rfce, and let's import create name field here, create name field, and I'm sorry, it's not create name field, it's meeting name field, meeting name field. This is meeting name. Okay, we need to change this also, meeting name field, and inside one-on-one meeting name field, let's remove this create name field import, and we are gonna pass some props here, which is label, which is equals to meeting name, then we'll have placeholder equals to meeting name, then we'll have value as meeting name. This would be coming from a state value which we are going to create, and set meeting name equals to set meeting name, and here we'll have a use state snippet meeting name set meeting name. This would be empty string, and that's it. Let's copy this props, head over to meeting name field, and inside of here let's have them here. That's it. Let's restructure this. So here instead of this div we are gonna have an, so here we'll have an EUI form row, inside that we'll have EUI field text. This is a self-closing tag, so the placeholder would be placeholder value would be value, then on change equals to e of set meeting name e dot target dot value. Then we'll have, Yeah, that's it for now. And inside of here we'll have label is equals to label. Okay, UI form row is not defined. Sorry, UI form is not defined. We have to give the types. Label is of string, placeholder is of string, then value is of string, set meeting name is of react dot dispatch of react dot set state action, and the action would be of type string. That's it. Okay, so cannot find use state. It would be here, use state, meeting name. This works perfectly. Okay, let me add the theme selector here. Okay, so now it's perfect. Now after the meeting name, we are gonna add the meeting user. So let's create the component for that. So for that we are gonna have the meeting users field inside the form components, meeting users field dot tsx rfce. Then inside of this we'll have an EUI form row, EUI combo box, and we are gonna need some props, which is label. Then we need the options, and we have the on change, selected options, and if it is clearable, and the placeholder. Let's grab all of this and give it a type as well. Label is of string. Options would be, let's give it any for now. For on change, let's give it any for now. Selected options, any is clearable, boolean. Placeholder is of type string, and let's pass everything here. Label is of label. Options is options. On change is on change. Selected options is selected options. Single selection is single selection, not single options. Single selection is always false. No, we'll configure that afterwards. Then we have the placeholder, which is equals to placeholder. Then we'll have is clearable, is clearable, which is clearable. And for the single selection, we'll have here single selection equals to false, and here single selection would be of boolean. Here we'll pass the single selection. Yeah, that's it. Now if you want to know anything more about this form components, so you can head over to ElasticUI documentation, head over to this form controls, and you will have many type of form controls here. You can just grab it from demo.js, or you can just grab the snippet and you can see how many props are available. That's it. So now after meeting name, let's use the meeting users field, and for meeting users field we are gonna have to pass many things. First is label, which is equals to invite user. Then we'll have the options, which is user. We are gonna create this user. Then we'll have the on change, which is equals to on user change. This is custom function which we are gonna create in a minute. Selected options is selected options. Then single selection, which would be equal to as plain text true, then as clearable is false. Placeholder would be select a user. Now let's create this user first. So options would be users. Before that, let's create the on user change. Const on user change, selected options any, and set selected. Okay, so let's create a state. Use state snippet selected users, set selected users, which is an empty array at first, and then set selected users is selected options. On change, selected users. Now what is this error? Okay, so we also need to pass this. So let's do one thing. Meeting user field here, instead of boolean, I'll just give it any for now. We'll change it afterwards. This is label, and now we just have to have this users. So for users, what we are going to do is we'll create a hook, custom hook, which will grab our users from Firebase. So I'll create use fetch users dot tsx. Write RFC. We don't want to return this, and inside use fetch users, we are going to create a state first. Use state, this would be users, and set users, this is empty array initially. Import, and we are going to grab the user ID of the current user, which is use app selector zoom dot auth dot userinfo dot user ID. Then we'll have an use effect hook. This should run initially whenever the user ID changes. Now if we have the user ID, then only we want to proceed with the code. I'll create a function const get users is equals to a sync arrow function, and we are gonna call this function immediately. Okay, we can do this get users, and so first we are gonna create our Firestore query and fire it and get the users. So first const Firestore query equals to query import query from Firestore. Then we need the users ref. Why it is not imported? Users ref, is this in capital? Let's head over to Firebase config. Okay, it's user ref, and then we'll use the where clause, where user ID and not equals to user ID. So we are gonna fetch all the user IDs which is not equals to current user ID. Then we'll fire the query and store the result in data. So we'll fire with get docs, pass in the Firestore query. Now let's create a Firebase users array and data dot for each user const user data equals to user dot data, and Firebase users dot push spread the user data, and we'll also pass in a label of user data dot name. Then we are gonna set the users, set users Firebase users, and after this what we are gonna do is we'll return the users, return users. Okay, so for Firebase users, what we are gonna do is we are gonna head over to types and create a user type interface, export interface user type, which will have email as string, name as string, user ID as string, label is of string. That's it. Now inside of here, our use fetch users, first here we'll pass that array of user type then we'll pass that. Let's copy this, pass it here, and as user data, not user data, user type. That's it. Okay, so what we did is we created this custom hook use fetch users, and we created the state. We grabbed the user ID from our Redux state, and we ran an use effect which would run whenever the user ID changes. And if we are checking if there is a user ID, then we created this get users function and will call this immediately. Inside of here we have written an fast store query for grabbing all the users which is not equal to the current users. So if you have 5 users including yourself, then your username would not be returned, and only 4 usernames would be returned. So this is for fetching the Firebase data, and we are passing label as user data dot name, because for the combo box in ElasticUI we have to pass label as options. So inside of here you can see that in this array there is label. So all these are the labels, so we have to pass that here. So yeah, that's it. Now let's call this hook in one-on-one meeting here and grab our users. So first we'll also call our use auth hook, use auth, then we'll have the use fetch users hook which would return us users, and that's it. That should work now. Okay, so use fetch users, Firebase users has any type. Let's head over to use fetch users. We gave it a type. Let's reload this. Okay, it's working now. Okay, so for now we don't have any user here, so it is not displaying. Let me log in to another Firebase, to another Google accounts, and that would register in our Firebase here. So let me do that. So yeah, I have added some users, and now we can select them. Meeting name, Donna's meeting. Yeah, that's it. Now let's have the date for the meeting date, and then we'll have the cancel and submit buttons. So let's do that. And here we'll create a new component which is meeting date field, new file, meeting date field.tsx rfc, and inside the meeting date field what we are gonna do is, first we don't need this, EUI form row. Inside of EUI form row we'll have the EUI date picker. Inside EUI date picker we'll have the selected, which is equals to selected, and set selected is not set selected. We'll have the on change event, which is equals to date set start date and date. Here we'll have selected and set start date. Let's give it a types also. Selected would have moment dot moment. So moment is a date time library. Set start date is react dot dispatch react dot set state action and moment dot moment. Now let's head over to one-on-one meeting and use that component here. So for that, first what we will do is we'll create a use state snippet and create a state of start date and set start date, and that would have the moment. Just call the moment function, and okay, it's not importing itself automatically, so import moment from moment. That's it. Now what should we do? Now let's call the function and pass it here. Meeting date field, and we'll pass selected as start date and set start date as set start date. That's it. After this we'll have an EUI spacer. Let's check. Yeah, we have a date component here. Now we just need the cancel and submit buttons, so let's do that. Now we'll head over here and we'll have the create meeting buttons dot tsx, right, RFC. Now let's delete this div, and instead of this we'll replace this with UI flex group. Inside the flex group we'll have the UI flex item, and we'll provide a grow of false, and we will also have UI button inside it. UI button, that would be cancel, and let's copy all of this code. Give me a minute. The color of this would be danger, and this would be fill, on click, remove the danger prop from here, and this is submit. Here we'll have the create meeting function from the props, and let's give it a type also, create meeting, and we'll pass that create meeting here. And for the cancel we'll grab the navigate is equals to use navigate, and let's import navigate from use navigate from React Router DOM. Use navigate, and this would navigate us to the dashboard. That's it. And what error do we have here? That's it. Now let's use this inside our one-on-one meeting. Create meeting buttons, and in here we'll pass the create meeting function. So let's create that. Const create meeting equals to arrow function, and let's not do any of that now. Create meeting equals to create meeting. Let's check the UI. Okay, what's it? Type void is not assignable to type. Did we make any mistake? No, everything seems fine. Create meeting. Let's do one thing. For now, give this void. Yeah, that's it. Now our cancel button is working. What is left is whenever we hit the submit button, we want to create the meeting. So let's do that. Okay, so before creating the meeting, let's do one thing. Let's do some validation here, and uh, if the validation doesn't match, then we want to show error into this components. So when we hit submit, we want to show red borders and the error message here if there are errors. So for that, let's head over to one-on-one meeting and create an error object for showing the errors. So for that, I'm gonna use the use state snippet, show errors, set show errors. So this would be having meeting name as field error type. So for field error type, first we'll have to create the type for it. So let's head over to types.ts, and I'm gonna create export interface field error type, which would have show as boolean and message as array of string. field field. Okay, what did we need? Field error type. Okay, so this is show of false, messages of this. Let's copy this, and this is meeting user, and let's pass the type here as meeting name as field error type, and meeting user as field error type. That's it. Show errors, and set show errors. Now what we are going to do is we'll create a validation function and we'll check if the meeting name has any errors. If there are any errors, then we'll pass that message to this array, and if we have to show the errors, then we'll invert this to true. We'll do the same for the users, so let's do that. So first we'll have to create a validation function for that, which is validate form equals to arrow function, and now let errors equals to false. So what we are going to do is we'll return true or false from this function when we call the create meeting function. If it returns true, then only we want to proceed further. So first we'll have a variable for checking, which is errors, and initially it would be false, and if we detect any errors, we'll revert this variable to true. So first we'll check if meeting name dot length, if it is less than 0, then it would return false, and we have here the not condition, so it would revert back to the true and it would enter into the conditions. So what we'll do is we'll have the show errors function, then select the meeting name, and we'll have the show property as true to show the error message. Then we'll have show errors dot meeting name dot message equals to array, and it would have a string, please enter meeting name. That's it, and errors object would be true. This is errors. Now what we'll do is we'll have an else block, and if everything is perfect, then we'll remove the errors. Show errors dot meeting name dot show equals to false, and show errors dot meeting name dot message equals to an empty array. That's it, and we'll return the errors here, and we'll also have set show errors to show errors. Now we'll pass on this errors to the error name field here. So we'll have the is invalid prop is invalid as show errors dot meeting name dot show, and have the error as show errors dot meeting name dot message. Let's head over to meeting name is invalid, and we'll have the what was the other error. Now after this is invalid as boolean, and error would have an array of string is invalid, pass the is invalid to EUI form row, and also pass error as error, and will also pass the is invalid to EUI field text. That's it. Now let's hit the submit button. Oh, we forgot to call that inside our create meeting function. So inside of here We'll first check if validate form, not validate form. That's it. Submit, and yeah, we have the error here, and as soon as we type anything and hit submit, the error should be gone. I'm not sure why it is happening. Okay, it has been gone. Submit. Do we have any errors? Okay, I think we need to clone the show errors. So const cloned show errors is equals to destructure show errors. What is this? Okay, so this is an object. And we'll replace the show errors with cloned show errors, and we'll set this as clone show errors. Submit, we have the error, and as soon as submit, error is gone. Clear it, submit, we have the error. Yeah, so now let's do the same for the invite user. Let's do that. So again we will have another if condition, and this time we'll check if there is no selected users dot length, and if it is, let's copy this, paste it, change meeting name to meeting users, meeting user, and change the message to please select a user, and against the else block we are going to copy this and change this meeting name to meeting user. That's it. Now let's check it. Submit. Okay, we need to pass that into the users field. Let's copy this, paste it, and change meeting name to meeting user. Let's head over to meeting name field, and I'm gonna copy this, head over to meeting users field, paste that here, also here, remove the types, passing that here. Let's copy that from here, and pass is invalid here, is invalid. That's it. Okay, we do have the error now. Submit, error is gone. Yeah, that's it. Now let's create the meeting. So head over to one-on-one meeting, and inside of here what we will do is we'll have const meeting id is equals to generate meeting id. We'll create that function in a minute, and we'll have await add document, which is a Firebase function, and we'll pass in meetings ref. So for meetings ref, we'll head over to Firebase config and create a new ref, which is export const meetings ref equals to collection Firebase db, and this time it would be meetings. Head over to one-on-one meeting. So this time we'll pass meetings ref, and we'll pass our object, which is created by user ID, meeting ID, meeting name, meeting type would be one-on-one, invited users would be selected users of 0.user ID, okay, what is it? Okay, user ID does not exist on type never. And then we'll have meeting date as start date, and we'll format the date as the long, so we just need the dates, comma, meeting date, and then we'll set the max users to 1 because this is one-on-one meeting, and set the status as true because this meeting is not cancelled. This function is sync. And now let's create this generate meeting ID function. So for that, let's head over to utils and create generate meeting ID dot ts, export const generate meeting ID, and first we'll have let me do one thing. I'll just copy the code from the GitHub repo. You can just paste it. Okay, so what we did here is we created a meeting ID variable, then we have const chars variable, which is a random string of characters. Then we'll have max position, which is characters dot length. Then what we will do is we'll loop through it and get the random characters and create a random meeting ID, which is of 8 characters. That's it. It's very simple. And let's import this generate meeting ID, and only this thing remains, user ID. So for user ID, we'll grab that from hooks, use fetch users. Let's grab this and paste it here. Let's import use app selector. That's it. And here at the set selected user, what we will do is we will have array of user type. That's it. I think everything should work. Let's have random meeting as meeting name, select a user Donna Paulson, the date should be of 19, submit, and I think that should have created the meetings. Let's refresh the Firebase. And yeah, we have the meetings collection and our meeting has been created. So this is the random meeting ID and we have the invited users here. So now what we'll do is on successful meeting creation, we want to navigate to the dashboard application, and we also want to show a toast notification, and after that we'll have the breadcrumbs here. So let's do everything that is remaining. So first, after this, let's navigate inside of if navigate to slash, and let's copy the navigate from create meeting buttons. use navigate. Let's import this also. So that should navigate meeting to submit, and yeah, meeting was successfully created and we are redirected to the dashboard page. Let's refresh and check if there are two meetings. Yeah, there are two meetings, and now we'll show a toast notification on successful meeting creation. So for that, what we'll do is, firstly we'll create a use toast hook inside our hooks folder. Hooks, new file, use toast.ts6 rfc, remove this div, and we'll just return an array. Now what we will do is, we'll create a function create toast equals to arrow function, and we'll return that create toast. And now let's head over to the meeting slice inside our app. Okay, we haven't created the meeting slice. Let's create it. Meeting slice dot ts, and for meeting slice, this is the boilerplate code. Let's create the toast type first inside the utils, not utils, types, export interface toast type, and inside of here what will pass is id, title and color. ID of string, title of string, and color would be from any of these colors. And now, so inside the meeting slice, did we save that inside the types.ts? Yeah. Okay, so this is the meeting initial state, which is toast array, and we have a set toast reducer. There is nothing new this, and inside of this here we'll have meetings as meeting slice dot reducer. That's it. Now inside the use toast.ts6 use will grab the toasts from use app selector zoom dot meetings dot toasts, and we'll also grab the dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. Inside of here we'll have the title and type. So let's give this ID, title and a type. So ID would be, by default we'll give this a new date dot to ISO string. We won't be passing the title and type, it would be the default, and this would have a type of toast type. What was the type? Okay, so that would not work, so we'll just pass the title and type, and title would be string and type would be any. Now let's dispatch set toasts dot concat id new date dot to ISO string. Then we'll pass title and color would be of type. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Now let's use. So now let's head over to one-on-one meeting, and we are gonna create a toast. Create toast. Okay, we need to use the use toast here. So first const equals to use create toast, use create. Okay, it's just use toast, and this would return create toast. So here we'll pass title as one-on-one meeting created successfully, and type would be success. That's it. Now let's head over to app.tsx, and I think we have to wrap the EUI global toast. Yeah, here. So after this routes, we'll have EUI global toast list component, and this would have toasts as the toasts, then dismiss toast, which would be a function which is remove toast, and toast lifetime. So for how many milliseconds we want to show the toast, which is 5000. So let's have this toasts and remove toasts. So for toasts, we will grab that from use app selector, zoom dot meetings dot toasts, and for remove toasts, let's create a function const remove toast. Let's do one thing, we don't want to remove the toasts. Okay, it's necessary, so let's create it. Const remove toast equals to an arrow function, and what should this do is this would get an remove toast which would have an ID of string. So we'll dispatch set toasts dot filter toast ID colon string, and match toast dot ID triple equals to remove toast dot ID. So what we did here is we dispatch the updated toast and remove this toast. So we use the JavaScript method filter on the toasts and compare the toast.id and the remove toast.id, and we just filtered it. So yeah, that should be working now. Let's create one-on-one meeting. this should be Zoom meeting, select a user, total tag, 19th, submit, and yeah, here is our toast notification, one-on-one meeting created successfully. And now let's have the breadcrumbs and for that what we are going to do is we'll head over to breadcrumbs and export const get one-on-one meeting breadcrumbs equals to this. We are going to copy this and after this grab this, paste it, and this should be navigated to create, and let's copy this, paste it, and this is create one-on-one meeting. That's it. Let's head over to header.ts and let's add an else if here. Else if path name triple equals to create one-on-one, then we will set the breadcrumbs as get one-on-one meeting breadcrumbs and pass the navigate function. That's it. Okay, we have our breadcrumbs. Yeah, so that's it. So our create one-on-one meeting function is a component is completed. So now let's do the video conference. So now let's create the video conference component. So for that, I'm gonna go to the pages directory and I'm gonna create a new component which is video conference.tsx. I'll write RFC to create the component and we'll head over to app.tsx and add the route. Copy this route and paste it. Change this component to video conference and the route would be create video conference. Copy this route and let's head over to create meeting.tsx and okay, we already have the route here. So let's do one thing, change the route to video conference here and create meeting video conference. Yeah, it is here. Now what we are gonna do is we are gonna copy all of this from one-on-one meeting component and paste it here, and let's just change the name to video conference. That's it. Okay, so now what we are going to do is first of all we'll disable the single selection. We can have multiple selection here and we'll add a new field which is anyone can join. That would be an UI switch. We are talking about this component. I'll just show you switch, this one, and if the switch is false then we are creating a video conference, and if it is true then it is an open meeting and we will switch the this invite users component with maximum numbers field. So let's do that. So first for that we are going to create a new state which is size and set size, and initially this is going to be having the number 1. Then we'll have another state which is anyone can join, use state snippet, anyone can join, and initially this is going to be false. Then again what we will be doing is first this invited users will check if anyone can join is true, then we'll provide an empty array, or else what we are going to do is we'll map the selected users dot map, and get the user from pass in the arrow function and get the user. The type would be user type, and we'll return the user dot user ID, and we are going to remove this, save it. Okay, we have an error here. What's it? Value, index number, user type, user and value are incompatible. Okay, it's not user, it is user type. That's it. And again, instead of one on one here, what we are going to do is we'll check if anyone can join is true. If it is true, we'll pass anyone can join as the meeting type, or else we'll pass video conference, save it. Also, the max users would be determined by anyone can join. If anyone can join is enabled, we are setting the max limit to 100 users, or else we'll check the size. Okay, then what we are gonna do is we'll just change this create toast, and the title would be if anyone can join is enabled. We'll have anyone can join meeting created successfully, and if it is not, then we'll have video conference created successfully. That's it. Then what we are going to do is first we'll have the switch component for the anyone can join. So for that, we'll have EUI form row. Inside of that, we'll have EUI switch, and this is a self-closing tag. Here we'll pass display as column compressed switched, and label would be anyone can join. Now in here we'll have show label to false, then label would be again anyone can join. Afterwards, if it is checked, it is going to be a control component by the state, so we are passing the anyone can join state here. Then on change, what we are going to do is we don't want to create any function, we'll just pass the arrow function, and we'll set anyone can join state here by e.target.checked. That's it. Okay, we have a spelling mistake here on change. That's it. And we'll pass the compressed props here. Now let's check here. Yeah, our anyone can join component is working perfectly. Now after this, whenever this value is changed, if it is enabled, then we want to switch this user component with the numbers field. So let's do that. And also we can pass multiple users here. Let's do that. And for that, here we have single selection. We'll just remove this. Okay, we're not going to remove this. Instead, we'll just pass false. That's it. Now we can select multiple values here. That's it. Now let's create the meeting maximum user field. So for that, I'm going to create a new component, meeting maximum user field dot tsx. I'll write RFC, and in here we'll have EUI form row, EUI field number, import it, and the label would be maximum people. The same label would be used as the placeholder for the field, placeholder. Now the minimum value for the component would be 1 and the maximum would be 50, and the placeholder is already given. Then we'll have the value here. Value would be a prop, and on change we'll just leave the on change for now, and let's destructure the value and set value, which is going to be value is a number. These are the types, and set value would be react dot dispatch of react dot set state action of type number. That's it. And again we made a spelling mistake here, on change. That's it. So our component is created, but the on change logic still remains. We'll do it afterwards. So let's import this component inside the video conference. Let's head over to video conference, and here we'll check conditionally if anyone can join is true. Then we want to render the meeting maximum user field. This is a component, or else we want to render the meeting user field. Save it, and let's pass the props here. Value is equals to size, and set value is the set size function. Set size, that's it. Now let's check if everything works. Anyone can join is disabled, enabled. Yeah. So now what we are going to do is, whenever a user, okay, I think the values of this maximum peoples are not changing. Let's open the inspect. We have the errors here. Okay, the on change function still remains. So let's have set value as e dot target dot value. Okay, we'll just have to parse it. Parse int. Or else we can do one thing. We'll just have the plus operator here, so it is converted to string. Anyone can join. Now here we can have any number of values, but we are going to restrict it to the maximum of 50 and the minimum of 1. If we enter 0, it should be converted to 1, and if we enter anything more than 50, then it should be converted to 50. So for that we are going to write the logic. So in here on change, let's delete this and have the brackets. Now first we'll have an if condition here, and if the length is less than 0 or equals to 0, then we have to set the size to 1. So first we'll have e dot target dot value dot length. If there is no value here, or e dot target dot value triple equals to 0, and we'll convert this to an integer by plus. And if it is 0, then we want to set the size, set value here to 1. Now else if e dot target dot value is greater than 50, then we want to set the value to 50. If anyone enters 500, then we want to explicitly set it to 50. Then at the last condition, if these conditions doesn't match, then we want to set the value to e dot target dot value. So if anyone enters the value between 1 to 50, then the else block would be executed, and we want to set the value of that. Now let's check our function if it is working. Okay, so first let's give it a number 500. Okay, I gave it a 500, but it explicitly converted it to 50. Now let me give this number of 0, then it explicitly converted to 1. Now let me give a number of 25. Okay, 25. Okay, it's working. Now what we are going to do is, when I will hit the submit button, we are going to check, please enter the meeting name. So this is going to be anyone can join meeting of maximum 25 people, and the dates would be of 20th. Hit submit, and anyone can join meeting created successfully. Let's check that in Firebase. Yeah, here it is, anyone can join meeting, maximum users are 100, the invited users is empty, the date is 20, and status is true, and the type is anyone can join. Now let's create a meeting of video conference by inviting some users. Head over to create meeting, create video conference, and this is a video conference. Let's name it a video conference. We are gonna select 4 users in here, and meeting is today. Submit. Let's refresh this. Okay, here it is, video conference, and these are the 4 IDs of the user and today's date. So yeah, our video conference component is also completed. So our meeting creation part is completed, I think. Okay, what is this error? Okay, I think we have an toast issue. So let's head over to app.tsx, and I know this issue. It is from this condition. We gave it a triple equals to condition, but this is the not equals to condition. The error should be gone now. Dashboard, create meeting, create video conference. Yeah, the error is not coming, but this breadcrumbs still remains. So let's do the breadcrumbs. So let's head over to breadcrumbs. I'm going to copy this component, I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to change the name to get video conference breadcrumbs, and this is going to be create video conference. Hit save and let's head over to header.tsx, and this is going to be else if path name triple equals to video conference, then we'll set breadcrumbs to get video conference breadcrumbs and pass in the navigate function. That's it. Yeah, we have our breadcrumbs here. So yeah, the meeting creation part is completely done. Now we'll head over to this my meetings component and list out the all the meetings that are created by the current logged in user. So let's do that. So now let's create the my meetings component. Now let's head over to pages and I'm going to create a new component which is my meetings dot tsx. Hit RFC and let's head over to app.tsx, and inside of here let's create a new route. Element would be my meetings and route would be my meetings as well. My meetings. Let's copy this route and let's head over to our dashboard.tsx, and it's already here. And let's change this also. This is going to be meetings. That's it. Let's head over to my meetings, and yeah, we have the my meetings component. And now what we are gonna do here is when initially the component is loaded, we are gonna use the use effect hook and load all the meetings that are created by the current user ID. So this is the current user ID, and we are gonna fetch all those meetings, and we are gonna use the EUI table here. Table. We are going to use this table and load all the meetings data inside of this. So let's do that. First, let's head over to my meetings component, my meetings, and in here we're going to use the use effect hook. Use effect and what we will do here is here we'll have an use state snippet, meetings, set meetings. Initially this is going to be an empty array and the type would be array of meeting type. I think we haven't created this meeting type, so let's head over to types.ts and create the meeting type below this user type. So export interface meeting type, that would be this. I'm gonna just copy the meeting type. You can just write it doc id, which is an optional, and meeting. Let's copy the meeting join type also. Okay, so doc id, which is a string created by string, and again this doc id is optional. Then we have invited users array, then max users, meeting date, meeting id, meeting name, meeting type, which is again another type, which is meeting join type, and meeting join type can be these three types. Anyone can join, video conference, and one-on-one. This is the or operator here, and the status is boolean. That's pretty simple. Now let's head over to my meeting and import the meeting type. Now let's import useState. Then what we are going to do is inside the use effect we are gonna have a function const get my meetings, which is an async function. And now what we are going to do is first we are going to write an fast rule query Firestore query for getting the data from Firebase. Now let's use the query clause and passing the meetings ref, then let's use the where clause and passing the created by double equals to, pass this in string, and we are gonna pass the user ID. So for getting the user ID, we are gonna get it from our Redux store. So use app selector zoom arrow function zoom dot auth dot user info dot, again this is user ID. Then what we are going to do is fire this query const fetched meetings equals to await get docs, which is the Firebase function for executing query. Will pass in our Firestore query, and that's it. Now if fetched meetings dot docs dot length, if there are any meetings, then only we are gonna execute this code. So fetched meetings has an inbuilt for each function which is returned by Firebase, and will get the meeting in here. If you use the map function or any else function, it would not work here because that this for each is written by Firebase itself. And in here what we are going to do is we'll have my meetings dot, okay, I haven't created the my meetings array, so that should be created first. Outside the for each and inside here, inside the if conditions, so const my meetings equals to an empty array, and we are also gonna give this an type of array, and this is going to be meeting type. Now we are gonna push into my meetings dot push, so the doc id would be the meeting dot id, and now we are going to spread the meeting dot data. Again, after everything is done, we are going to set meetings to my meetings. So we are going to store that into the state, and here's a type error. We'll pass this as meeting type. That's it. And we want to run this effect only when the user ID is changed. That's it. And we are going to call this get my meetings function. Okay, so that's it. Now let's console the my meetings my okay, not my meetings, just the meetings state, and let's head over to here. Okay, meeting type has no exported member. Meeting type, let's head over to types, export interface meeting type, save it, and yeah, everything is here. Where called with invalid data, unsupported field value undefined. Again, what is that? Let's refresh the page. Let's head over to my meetings. Okay, I think we have to wrap this user ID. Let's do one thing. Let's return the user info from here, and this is going to be user info. This is going to be user info dot user ID, and Again, this is going to be user info. Let's check. We have error in the var created by, okay, I think let's check if there is user info, then only we want to execute this effect. Okay, it is not executing user info. Let's debug why it is coming. Okay, it is going only once in effect, and let's check if there is user info here. User info. Okay, it's undefined, and whenever the user info is changing, the effect is not running again. Let's remove this console. Not sure why it is not running again, because user info has to change. User info, use app selector, zoom, and let's do one thing. We forgot the use auth hook here. Let's call it. Yeah, that's working now. We are in the effect and we are getting the user. Let's again console the meetings. Yeah, we got our meetings also, so our function is working. And let's do one thing. Let's remove this also, and let's create the table. So ElasticUI table needs some props, which is the items and columns. So what I'm gonna do is, first let's grab the basic stuff. We are gonna grab this style, paste it. This is the same in every component. Let's have the header, not headers, header component, render it. Then we'll have an EUI flex group. Inside of EUI flex group, we'll have an EUI flex item. Inside the EUI flex item, we'll have the EUI panel, and then we'll have the EUI basic table here. Again, EUI flex group have justify content as center, align items of center. That's it. And this is going to have a style of margin of 1 rem. This is a string. Save it, and let's disable this for now. Check it. Yeah, we have our panel here, this one, and now let's have the table inside of here. Let's uncomment this, and the table should have the items and columns as the prop. So items equals to items and columns equals to columns. Let's create two variables here. Const items equals to an array, and const columns equals to columns array. I think we don't need this items, and for the items we are going to pass the meetings that we just grabbed from the use state, and inside the columns we are going to pass some objects. So first we'll have a field, and the field would be meeting name. Then we'll have a name which would be meeting name. Let's save it and check it here. Yeah, we have the meeting names here. So when we head over to here and we check the demo.js, the example usage of the EUI table is given here, and whenever we want to have some custom component in here, we can use the render method and use all the ElasticUI functions here, the components here. Yeah, that's it. We can also have custom row props and cell props. You can check it out if you want. Now let's have another fields here. So what I am gonna do is, first of all, we don't need the align item center here. Yeah, that's looking great now. Now after this, we'll have again another field which is the meeting type. So this is being mapped from our meetings state, meeting type, and for that the corresponding name would be meeting type. Save it. Okay, we need to give a comma. Meeting type is here, one-on-one video conference, anyone can join. After that, we'll pass in the meeting date. So for that field would be meeting date, and the name would be meeting date. Space in here, we have the meeting date. Now after this, we are going to have the meeting status. So for that, we are going to have custom render function. For this, we are going to have an empty field, and name would be status. So whenever we give the empty field, we get the whole object in here. Now we are going to check the status of this, and if it is true or if it is false, we are going to render this badges, the beautiful badges from ElasticUI library. This one, according to the status of the meeting, we are gonna render some badges. So for now, I'm just gonna leave the status to this. We are gonna design it later. Then again, after this, we'll have another field which is again going to be empty, and the name for this is going to be edit. Whenever we click, there would be an icon, and whenever we click the edit icon, we are going to open and fly out here and edit the meetings. So let's do that also afterwards. Then again we will have an empty field, not empty field, I think. We'll just grab the meeting ID from here, and the name would be copy link. So instead of this ID, what we are going to do is we are going to display a custom icon here, button icon, which would be a copy. So ElasticUI also has this copy functionality. So whenever we click this button, the text should be copied. So that is very simple. So we have this EUI copy component and the text to copy, and we get this copy value in an arrow function, and inside that we can render our custom elements. So yeah, that's it. That's pretty simple. Let's do that. So for that, we are gonna have the render method here. We'll grab the meeting ID here. Meeting ID, whatever field we have given here, will get access in here. If this is empty, then we'll have access to the whole meeting object. This is going to be string. We are gonna return EUI copy, and we'll have text to copy. Let's have empty string for now. Then in here we get the copy function, which is any, and in here we'll give UI button icon, which is self-closing. The icon type would be copy. Then on click, we want to use the copy function, which is given by EUI copy, and we'll have display, not disable, display as base. Then we'll have aria label as meeting copy. Save it. What's the error? It is not assignable to. Okay, I think we need to remove this. Yeah, that's it. Now, okay, the items meeting type is not assignable to type string. "96". I don't know why this error is coming. Meeting type is not assignable or to string of type. Let's reload this. Let's do one thing. Let's give this a type of any for now. Any, and let's check if it is working. Yeah, it is working. And when we click here, it is copied. Now let's give the copy string here. I'm gonna have curly braces here, then string interpolation. And what we are gonna do is we are gonna have the host here. So for that, I'm gonna use the environment variables .env. This should be outside of the source directory. Move, and let's give it an environment variable which is React app. So whenever you're using environment variables in React application, you have to have in front the React app, React_app, and then the environment variable. So I'm going to have the host, which is equal to localhost colon 3000, and we have to restart the application for this to work. And start, and inside of here we can use the variable process .env .react app underscore host, and there would be a slash in here now. Then we want to have the join, and then we'll have the meeting ID. That's it. Okay, this is process PRO. Let's reload this, my meetings, copy this link. Let's have that link. Yeah, it is working. We have this join link. Now let's do one thing. Let's have the status here, all the types of status. So for that, let's have the render function here. Grab the meeting which has the meeting type. Now if there is meeting dot status, if it is true, then only enter, or else we are gonna have to return, else return EUI badge that the meeting is cancelled. If it is true, if the meeting status is true, then we are gonna enter in the if condition, or else we are gonna return UI badge with color danger, and it says that the meeting is cancelled. Now if the meeting status is true, and we will have three if conditions here. If meeting dot meeting date triple equals to moment dot format or large. Let me write the code, then I will explain what this means. Return EUI badge, and this is join now, style color of black, then two, not here, I think this is not here, color would be success, and this would be wrapped inside an link component which is given by React Router DOM link, and in here we have the join now, and let's give the style to this, and there would be a 2 here. The 2 would be slash join slash dollar meeting dot meeting ID, and we have to import this component from React Router DOM. Import from RRD link. That's it. This should work now. Okay, we also have to import moment. It's not imported. Let's do it manually. Import moment from moment default format. Okay, I think I missed something. Moment from moment and moment dot default format. Okay, I think it is not default format, so it is, we'll call the moment and chain it with format. Yeah, that's it. Now what we are doing here is, if the meeting is true and the meeting date triple equals to today's date, then the meeting is today, and we are gonna have an UI badge of success, and it says join now, and when we click on that we can join the meeting. So in here we still have to handle these use cases, and now let's change one of the meeting and set the status as false, so the meeting has been cancelled. Refresh this, and yeah, we have our cancelled here. Now we have to handle two more use cases. If the meeting is not today but it is in the future, so we are gonna tell that it is an upcoming meeting and it cannot be joined. And if the meeting has already ended in the past, so we are gonna render an ended badge. So let's do that using an else if block. After this if, we are gonna have an else if, and we are gonna check if moment dot meeting, no, we are just gonna call moment and pass in meeting dot meeting date meeting date. This one, meeting dot date dot is before moment is before, and we are gonna pass in moment dot format with large, and if the meeting is before the today's date, then we are gonna return an EUI badge that says the meeting has already ended, and the color of it would be default. Let's check it. Yeah, it is here. The meeting has already been ended, and now we just have to cover the upcoming scenario. So for that, again, and else block, and inside this else block we'll just return this with upcoming. The color would be primary. Yeah, it is working. Join now. You can compare the date. So today's date is 19th of November. So here there is join now, and for this we have the type status as cancelled. So that is that. Then this is in the past, so it is 18 ended, and this is upcoming. And whenever we click on this join now, we are being redirected to this, and this is going to be a slash, not dot. So let's fix that. Slash. Yeah, okay, that's not working. My meetings join now. Yeah, that's working now. Now we just have to render an edit button here, and whenever that button is clicked, we are going to open an ElasticUI flyout. So what flyouts are? We have this beautiful flyout here, show flyout, this thing, and when we click outside of this, it is being closed. So let's do that. Status. Okay, so let's render the edit icon first. Now in here we are gonna render meeting, which is meeting type, arrow function, return, EUI button icon, which says, okay, this is a self-closing tag, and aria label first, which is meeting edit. Then we'll have icon type, which is equal to index edit, icon type index and edit. You can check all the icon types that are provided by ElasticUI from the documentation, and this icons, they have many icons, or you can also use your custom icon by wrapping this into an your custom EUI image component. Index edit, then the color would be danger because it is of edit. Then display would be base. After that, if disabled, we are going to check if the component is disabled. If the meeting status is false, or the meeting is before today's date, that's when the meeting is ended. We don't want it to be editable. And on click would be an empty function for now. That's it. Yeah, we have the edit, and these are disabled because this is cancelled and this is ended. We can edit the current meeting or the upcoming meeting only. So now when we click on this button, we want to open the flyout with the meetings data inside it. So let's do that now. So now let's create the state for the flyout. So after this use effect, I'm gonna create a use state snippet and show edit flyout. Initially this is going to be false, and now let's create two functions, which is open edit flyout and so open edit flyout equals to arrow function, and in here we'll be having meeting as meeting type, and in here what we'll do is whenever we open the edit flyout, we want to set show edit flyout to true and set currently edit meeting, which is the meeting that is being currently edited. So we need to create a state for that also. Use state snippet edit meeting, and initially this is going to be an empty state. That's it. And this is going to be meeting type. Now let's have another function, which is const close edit flyout equals to meeting. No, I think we don't need meeting. We'll just have set show edit flyout to false, then set edit meeting to undefined, then let's do one thing. We are gonna remove this user info thing around here and get this function, and it's outside of useref, and we are just gonna call it inside get my meetings whenever the user info is there. And now whenever we close flyout, first we'll check if the data is changed. If the data is changed, then we want to get my meetings again so that all the meetings get reloaded. And this is by default this data change would be false. Whenever we click outside of the function, it closes, or click the cancel button, it closes, and the data should not be updated. So this is for that. Now let's do one thing. We are gonna close all of the other files. And now again what we are gonna do is whenever we click on this edit meeting button, we are gonna set open edit flyout to meeting, and that's it. Now let's create the flyout component. So inside the here components, we are gonna create edit flyout flyout.tsx rfc, and in here at the end after flex group, first we'll check if show edit flyout is true, then we want to call edit and then edit flyout. We'll call the edit flyout component, pass in close flyout prop, close flyout equal to close edit flyout, and meetings would be edit meeting. And now let's copy this props, head over to edit flyout and paste the props here. Let's remove this and write a comma here, remove this and destructure these. Let's give this a type. Close flyout would be any and meeting would be meeting type. That's it. Okay, this is meetings, not meeting. And after that, first we'll grab the users, const users. Let's do one thing. What I'm going to do is copy all the things from video conference. We need the use auth, users create toast, use navigate. Not sure about navigate. We don't need use navigate. We'll just copy this, paste it here. Okay, copy, paste, then we'll need the user ID, meeting name, on users change, validate form, all of these things. And we are gonna write a custom use effect here. Use effect which would be if there are users as use fetch users. Let's import all of this. Use app selector, use state, user type, moment is not imported, we have to import it manually. Import moment from moment 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 field error type. That's it. Now if there are users, then what we are going to do is found users. So we are going to map, not map, equals to this and meeting dot meetings dot invited users dot for each. What we are going to do is we are gonna set the selected options to the users that are selected by getting the meeting. User string, and what I'm gonna do is we'll find the user. If the user ID is current equal to this user, then we are gonna push it into the found users and set the selected users to our newly found users. That's it. And we want to execute this effect whenever the meetings are changed and the users are changed. That's it. Now what we are gonna do is we'll create a function edit meeting meeting type. Okay, meeting type is not declared, we should declare it. Meeting type is meeting type, and start date is we are going to pass this meetings dot start date dot meeting date, not start date, meeting date. And selected users is done, then meeting type is done. Meeting name would be from meeting name, meeting name, meeting name, that's it. This is selected users, and for status we are gonna use this set status. Let's import update doc. This doc is from Firebase Firestore, Firebase DB. This is meetings doc.id. So we are just updating the current meeting on the edit function. This is simple Firebase query, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to return UI flyout from here. I'll just explain the components. Okay, so this has been copied from the video conference and one-on-one meeting. So we have the UI title here. Then we have UI flyout header, which has meeting name field. This is from one-on-one component. Then meeting max user fields and meeting user fields. This is from video conference. Then this is meeting date field, and this is for canceling meeting. This is a new switch, and this is edit and close flyout is new functionality which we are gonna add into the create meeting buttons. So let's head over to create meeting buttons, and you're gonna add is edit and is edit flyout here as the types, and is edit, and then we have close flyout. Now we are gonna change the on click of cancel to this. If is edit prop is true, then we want to cancel the flyout, or then if it is false, then we want to navigate to slash, and whenever is edit is true, we want this to the text to render edit meeting or create meeting. That's it. Now let's head over here. Everything is set here. Okay, I think this is not needed. Remove it. Let's remove this too, and you don't need this too. This is also not needed. Let's run the edit functionality. Edit. This is the flyout, then invited user, date. Let's cancel this meeting. Edit meeting. The meeting has been cancelled. Let's change the date to today's date and change the name to 23. Yeah, it is updated and we can join it now. So yeah, our edit function is also completed. Now let's do the breadcrumbs for this. So let's head over to breadcrumbs.ts and let's copy this, paste it, and this is going to be get my meetings breadcrumbs, and just remove this, and the text is going to be my meetings. Let's head over to header.tsx and let's add the else if path name triple equals to my meetings. Then we want to set the breadcrumbs, which is provided from get my meeting breadcrumbs, pass in the navigate function. That's it. Let's check it. Yeah, breadcrumbs are updated. So yeah, this is done. Now we have to just do the meetings component. So let's do that. Now let's create the meeting page. So inside the pages, I'm going to create meeting.tsx, and I'm going to head over to mymeetings.tsx, copy all of this and save it here and change the component name to meeting, and I'm gonna change some things here. We don't need the flyout here, so edit functionality is not here, so let's delete that. Then we also don't need this edit field. Let's remove that. Then the show edit flyout is also not necessary, delete that. Now from the top, let's remove this edit flyout too, and instead of this get my meetings, we are gonna grab the meetings that is necessary for the current user. So let's do that. Before that, I'm gonna head over to app.tsx, copy this and change this to meetings. meeting.tsx, and this is going to be meetings. Head over to dashboard, and this is going to be meetings. Let's check if the route is working. Yeah, it is working. Let's grab the data here. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head over to meeting.tsx, and inside the use effect we are gonna have get my meetings function, and if there is user info, then only we're gonna create the get user meetings is equals to async and we are gonna call it get user meeting. First we'll have the Firestore query, which is equals to query with just passing the meetings ref. Will grab all the meetings from our Firebase database and have fetched meetings equals to await get docs Firestore query, and if fetched meetings dot docs dot length, then we have the my meetings array, which is array of meeting type. Now fetch meetings dot for each meeting arrow function data is equals to meeting dot data as meeting type, and then now we got the data of single meetings. Now what we'll do is first we'll check if the meeting which is currently in the loop is created by the current user, then it should be listed in the my meetings table, and if the meeting type is anyone can join, then also it can be listed, or else if the user is invited to the meeting inside the invited users array, then we should list the meeting here. So let's do that. First we'll check if the data dot created by triple equals to user info dot user id. If it is this, then we want to push it into my meetings dot push meeting dot data. I don't think meeting dot data is necessary. We'll just pass the data. Then else if the data dot meeting type triple equals to anyone can join, then we'll do the same my meetings dot push data, and else what we'll do is const index is equals to data dot invited users dot find index. Will check for the user id with all the users inside the invited user. So we'll check that if we find the index and the index is not equal to -1. If the index is found, then the index is written from 0 to the array length, or if the data is not found, then the index is returned by the find index function is -1. If the index is not -1, then we will do the same my meetings dot push meeting data. That's it. And at the last, what we are gonna do is before this After ending the for each, we are gonna set my meetings, set meetings to, what was this, my meetings. That's it. Let's see here. Yes, our meetings are being listed here. Now let's do one thing. These meetings are created by the current users only. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open another of my account and create a meeting, and uh, then invite this user to that meeting so that we can know if it is working or not. So I'll open this account, turtle tech, open to react app, create meeting, create meeting. I'm going to invite Kishan sheet, and this is create one on one meeting by turtle, and this is today, create meeting. And let's head over to the other window, and yes, it is here. We can join into this one-on-one meeting. And now if we go to any other of my user, this, yeah, that was proper only, login, and if you can see here, then there is only anyone can join, because nobody has invited this user to any of the meeting. So anyone can join, meeting types can be listed. So we will be having this in everywhere. So yeah, our functionality is working perfectly. Let's close this accounts, close it. So yeah, this is completed meeting section. We just have to do this breadcrumb stuff, and that's completed. Let's do that. Let's head over to breadcrumbs. I'm just gonna copy this, paste it, and this is going to be get meetings breadcrumbs, and this is going to be meetings. Let's head over to header.tsx, copy this else if block, remove this my, remove this my, get meeting breadcrumbs. That's it. Yeah, everything is working. Let's see this in dark mode. It's looking great. So everything is done. Now we will do the join meeting component for joining the meeting. So for that, we'll have to create the account with ZEGOCLOUD. So the uh, the video streaming services are provided by ZEGOCLOUD. So we'll do that. So first we'll have to do some validations in the join meeting section. So let's do that. Now let's create the join meeting component. So in the pages, I'm going to create a new component, which is join meeting dot tsx rfc, create the component, and head over to app.tsx, and I'm going to add the route here, copy, paste. This is join meeting element, and this is just join with a param of id. Whenever we want to give a parameter which can be accessed by React Router DOM, we have to attach that with an colon. So it is in parameter, and that can be accessed by React Router DOM. So that is that. Now let's head over to join now, and this is the join meeting component. Now here we'll do some validations, that if if the user is invited or not, and if it is not invited, or the user is not logged in, then we don't want to show anything, or the meeting is one on one, or the meeting is anyone can join, then it can be accessed by globally if the user is not logged in also. So let's do all that functionalities. So for that, let's head over to our join meeting component, and in here what we are gonna do is, first of all, whenever uh, whenever the component is loaded, first we'll check with on auth state changed, pass the Firebase auth, get the current user, and if the current user is there, then we want to store it in a state. So for that we are going to use a use state snippet, user set user, and initially this is going to be undefined, and let's import the use state and set user current user, else, not else, we just have another property that user is loaded. Whenever the user is loaded, then after we want to run our use effect, so we'll have the use state snippet. Okay, so instead of the state, what I'm gonna do is gonna grab this data, paste it over here. So I'll just explain everything in a minute. Let me import this. Okay, so here we have this use params and use navigate from React Router DOM. Params, use params gives us params, and params returns us the params.id. Then navigate is for navigation. Then we had the our use toast hook and grab the create toast. Then if the user is allowed or not allowed, that can be determined from this state. So we have this state, then the user state and user loaded. So after this we'll set is user loaded, set user loaded as true, and whenever user loaded is changed, we want to run our use effect, and then we'll have our function get meeting data as async get meeting data, we'll call it. Now whenever the user loaded is changed, we want to run this use effect. So user loaded would be changed only once, which is from here. So this use effect would run after that. And now inside of this meeting data, we'll check if params.id and user loaded is true, then only we want to run this. Then we'll have our Firestore query and fetch meetings. I'm just gonna copy that. Let's import everything, query meetings ref where and get docs. Okay, that's it. So Firestore query is meeting ID triple equals to params.id. Params is from the URL. So we need that meeting and we are firing that query. And this all should be inside of our if condition. And now we'll have if condition for fetched meetings dot docs dot length. If there is any meeting like this, then we'll execute of our if condition, or else what we will do is, if we have this meeting, or else we will navigate to slash, if the meeting ID is invalid, then we want to navigate. Then if the meeting is found, then what we'll do is we will get the meeting data and the creator of the meeting. So here we'll get the meeting data, so the whole meeting object from Firebase, and we'll check if the meeting is the current meeting that we are joining is created by the current logged in user. If it is, then we will have a state variable, will have a variable which is creator. So now we'll cover the one-on-one meeting joining scenario. So we'll have if meeting dot meeting type triple equals to one on one, one on one, then we'll check for everything. Now what we will do is, I have this logic here. I'll just import moment and explain it. Import moment from moment. So we had this if condition, and inside our if we check the invited user triple equals to user dot id. If if the user is invited into this meeting, then this if condition would be executed, else will navigate to login screen or else will log into the dashboard depending if the user is logged in or not. Then inside we have this if condition. In here we are checking if the meeting date is today's date, then it is allowed, the user is allowed to log in into the meeting. And if the meeting is before, then the meeting has already been ended, or else the meeting is after, then the meeting is after this date. So these are the logic, and the same logics would be applied for the video conference, and anyone can join. So what I'm gonna do is, after this if condition, if meeting dot meeting type, here I'm gonna have an else block which will set is allowed to true, because this would be executed when meeting type is anyone can join. And before this we'll add another else if block, else if, and here we will check if meeting dot meeting meeting type triple equals to video conference, and inside of it we'll check if the current user is invited into this meeting or not. So for that, the logic we are gonna use is this. So here what we did is we grabbed the index from the invited users array of the meeting object, and if it is not equal to 1, or if it is, if the meeting is created by the creator, if the current user itself, then we want to proceed further, and these are the dates logic that I explained above, and then this else block would be executed. So yeah, that's it. Now let's go to the browser and go to any of the meeting here and join now. Everything is working. Yeah, so now what we'll be doing is we will apply for an ZEGOCLOUD account and write the logic for ZEGOCLOUD. So let's do that. So I have already created my ZEGOCLOUD account, and this is the ZEGOCLOUD console. You can log into ZEGOCLOUD using the link provided in the description of the video. So now let's create a project. So I'll create a project. Our project type would be video conference, and next project name would be Zoom clone YouTube, I'll select this, start with UI kits. And while our project is being set up, let's install the ZEGOCLOUD library. So I'll type yarn add and the name of ZEGOCLOUD library, which is at ZEGOCLOUD / ZEGO -UI kit -prebuilt. Hit enter to install that. Okay, so let's start our application again. And now let's select for web, and we don't need this. Okay, we have to select save and start to integrate. We'll head over to projects, and our was Zoom clone YouTube. So from here we need the app ID and the server secret. So we'll just copy this app ID and create a variable const app ID is equals to this. This is a number and we need this server secret. Let's copy this and const server secret is equals to this. Now we will create a myMeeting function const myMeeting equals to async element and now we'll generate a kit token from this ZEGOCLOUD library. So we'll use ZEGO UI kit prebuilt dot generate kit token for test, and the parameters that we have to pass here is the app ID, server secret, room ID, user ID, user name. That's it. So the app ID is this, then the server secret is this, and the room ID is from which we are going to join the room, which is from the URL. So let's give it. So first I will give the app ID here, app ID, then server secret, then after this we'll give the params.id which is a string. This is the room ID. Then we'll give user name. No, we'll give the user ID. If there is a user ID, then we'll give the user ID, or we'll generate a random meeting ID. Generate random meeting ID for the user ID, and we'll do the same for the user name. We'll just replace this UID with display name, or yeah, we'll replace this with display name. That's it. Now what we'll do is we have created the token. If you want to console it, get token, and in here we'll have another div here, and inside that div we'll give this a class name of my call container and then we'll give it a ref of my meeting, and then we'll give it a style which would have width of 100% and a height of 100 viewport height, and we only want to render this if the user is allowed. Parenthesis is allowed, and we want to render this. That's it. Now let's console the kit token. Okay, can't find name. Okay, this should be the string. Refresh it, and let's see. Yeah, we have the kit token here. Let's close this and let's proceed further. Now what we are going to do is we will create a room from the token. So ZP is equals to ZEGO UI kit prebuild dot create, and we'll pass in our kit token here, and then we'll join the room with passing this objects. So the container would be the element, then the maximum users that anyone can join in this meeting is 50, and the shared links would be name, that can be anything. I'll type personal link, and URL would be window.location.origin. You can pass anything here, any URL, window.location.origin, and then after this we'll have the scenario as mode. Okay, this is not an array, this is an object, and mode would be ZEGO UI prebuild dot, our mode would be video conference, and if you want you can choose live streaming mode or one-on-one call, but in our scenario we'll just go with the video conference. That's it, and everything is done. Now allow the microphone, and yeah, it is done. Now I can join in the meeting. Let's disable the camera. Okay, so I'll log in with my another account. Okay, I can join in here. You can see that there are 2 users, and let me have this side by side. Let me enable my camera, and yeah, we can also send some messages. Send message, and you can see that message here. You can also see the number of users, the link that we shared in here. Then we can also share the screen. So I'm gonna share the screen, share, and you can see that our screen is visible here. Let's shrink this. Okay, so now let's unshare our screen. Okay, so that's it. So our Zoom clone is complete, and the services that we use here was from ZEGOCLOUD.